Hello there, welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider 2, playing the remastered version with the old school graphics. Hello there, Code. Hope things are going well. Continuing my annual playthrough with the Leapfrog challenge. Nice one, Sona. Thank you very much. Hope you have a hopping day. I definitely will. Lara's going to be doing a lot more leaping. Hope things are going well. Code, couple of hours and to get you a few refills, some new weird sausages, cheese pasta mix for rainy days and the like. A cheese pasta mix with some new weird sausages. I mean, that sounds like a good combination. I haven't actually had a sausage type that I haven't liked. Codes, some summer varieties of sausages and on sale. That is good. It's good to grab a bargain when you can.
Uh-huh.
Hello there, Dr. Ronnie. I hope things are going well, dude. Hey, Sancho, welcome. I'm doing good, thank you. Things are going well. How about you? Hey, Keone, how's things? Back to more leaping Lara. Ronnie, man, the physics of this game are so weird. It's like it was done by someone who had never seen a human jump before. Kind of like way a frog kind of goes. Plus the amount of concussions that Lara would have sustained in this playthrough. Dr. Ronnie, speaking of concussions, that's true. It's so annoying because Lara is actually as close to the wall as possible, as close to the edge as possible, but no matter how hard I push the friggin' button, she won't move forward enough at the height to actually grab the part where it needs to, which is annoying because normally when you do jumps on the spot, Lara will incrementally move forward as she does them. But just like when she's at a certain height in water, it seems like it doesn't matter how accurately you are lined up, she just will not grab that part. So if I show in photo mode, see how high she's going? Her knees are literally over the slope. And yet when I hold the button down to actually grab, it doesn't. So your hands are literally lined up to grab it, but she won't. Sancho, Rod, or Lara learn to jump. Yeah, the point of this playthrough is to only do standing jumps. But run and jumps can be done when it's impossible to make a jump by standing. Hey there, Lizzie. Good evening to you. I hope things are going well. Yes, Sancho, definitely stubborn. Definitely have to be for a challenge like this too. But yeah, the edge of that ledge, there's no reason why Lara shouldn't be able to grab it as she falls past, because she's lined up perfectly with it. Hey there, E-Toad. Hope things are going well. Code Lara Scrambled Eggs Edition. Very much so. Same problem there. I just don't understand the logic of the programming. Okay, finally. Alright. I guess I didn't have it angled accurately and holding the button, starting the hold of the button at the right time to get it so that she'll grab as she's flying up. Alright.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Hey there, Antonidas. This challenge is insane. It really is. I did it last year with the first game, and the first game is sort of like a good kind of test for whether or not certain challenges will be viable in the sequels. And so I wanted to do it for this game this year, and there's been some differences that I didn't have to deal with in Tomb Raider 1. Also, this game has vehicles, whereas Tomb Raider 1 didn't. So you have the speedboat in Venice, but that one was okay because it was on water, so there was no real sort of like reason to make it a rule not to be able to get on that because it was kind of impossible not to get on the boat. But when it came to the snowmobile, that was a different story because you do need it for certain jumps. You can't actually make it with a running jump. And so I came up with the idea that I had to go by foot as far as I could, and then when I couldn't go any further by foot, I would then have to backtrack to where the vehicle was left and then drive it to the jump, go over the jump, and then stop and then get off the vehicle and then go forward. And then when I hit another spot where I needed it, go back for it. I thought that would make it fair because there was no way to get around actually riding the snowmobile at all. But there's only one level in this game where you really have to worry about that, so it wasn't too bad. But this challenge definitely takes patience, and also sometimes you have to do a bit of testing with your angles and distance as well. But these older games are good for it because of the grid-based system. It'd be doable with the newer games, but it would probably feel like you were constantly having to think about what you were doing, which you kind of have to do in this challenge with these older games in the series. But the game's kind of more designed for this based on the grid-based, geometry and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Antonidas, that's funny because the challenge makes you think differently and find solutions you normally wouldn't, which is cool, especially if you played the game normally many times. That is true. It can be very easy, and it's understandable, to get into a routine with the games that you play. Your first playthrough, you're feeling out things, you're trying to figure out the best approach, and then once you've played it a few times, you can then start to think about what if I prevent myself from using this special ability or using this weapon? What if I have to do this instead? How does it make you change how you approach what you're doing? And the other thing is too, like you learn a little bit about the programming. For example, when Lara is actually jumping up on the spot, she's not returning exactly to her starting position from when she first started the jump. She's actually incrementally going forward a bit. Even if you're not bumping into something above her head, she'll actually incrementally move forward with each standing jump on the spot. And so that can be used to help align her. That's one of the reasons why I don't allow the roll on the ground, because the roll on the ground is a good way to kind of get Lara into a good spot, or getting to the edge of a ledge and then pressing back once, and she'll do a step back. That usually gives you the right sort of like distance to be able to do a standing jump, for example, or if you need a running jump. The further back from an edge you are, the closer to the edge of the opposite ledge you'll be, when you do a standing jump. So it's thinking like that. And then you take into consideration, like, when Lara does a backflip against a wall, she might bump her back and then land, but she'll land kind of in the middle of the square that you're standing on. Sometimes not. It just depends on whether you've already hit the wall or not. And some walls don't allow you to even to do that. But it's the same with side jumps at a wall as well, where you can make it so that Lara will hit the wall and she'll bounce off it and land in the center of the square. And then if you do it again, she'll actually land on the edge where you're jumping to. So there's all those little tricks. And allowing to move in the air means that Lara can start a jump and then veer left or right in the air as she flies through. Antonidas, and by the way, you returned to Gothic 1 and played 12 hours today because you're not a quitter and the game rewarded you with much fun for that. Very nice, Antonidas. It's definitely understandable to want to step back for a bit, take a little bit of a break from a game, because then when you return with fresh eyes, it might actually help you get past the part that you were stuck at, or it might also fix any burnout you might have felt about a game too. So that's cool that you revisited it and you're able to get a lot more out of it this time. Code so many spikes like it's a Hellraiser set. Yeah, Lara versus the Cenobites. I've only ever seen the first movie actually out of that series. I know they've done quite a few. I don't know how many they've done by now, but there's so many sequels. Then you get like the Children of the Corn movies. The first one is adapted from Stephen King's work, but then there was no sequel that he wrote. But the movies did count the sequels afterwards. I only ever saw the first three. I never saw any of the other ones after that. Lizzie, you're doing good. You started reading again because you wanted to limit your screen time. Excellent, Lizzie. That's a good idea as well. So, what kinds of books do you like to read? Hey there, Bootleg. I'm doing well, thank you. Doing some more leaping. We're getting closer to finishing the game. I might even finish it in this stream, actually. But yeah, we're making good progress. I hope things are going well with you. You couldn't find the beard trimmer or any of your scissors, but you did find a pair of wire cutters. So you used that to trim the mustache? I mean, that's a very kind of like, MacGyver kind of thing. But it's just a good example of kind of like problem solving, you know? It's like, I don't have this tool that's actually designed specifically for this use, but there's something else that can be used. So that's really cool. That's good that it worked great as well. You never know sometimes. But to just think of it and to even give it a test, even if it didn't work, at least you've given it a try just to see, because you never know. Lizzie, you're currently reading a fantasy novel. Oh, nice. That's cool. See, there's a good example. So if I have Lara do a side jump to the left, she'll land on the edge of that, and then she'll be able to make the side jump up there. Hey, Brettman TV. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to my Tomb Raider 2 playthrough. This is the remastered version of the game, but for my annual playthroughs, I like to have the old graphics on. How was your stream? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good time with the remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. How are you finding it? Did you play the original? And if so, what do you think the remake is like in comparison? Oh, nice. That's awesome. Thank you, Brett, for taking up the suggestion. And Bootleg, thank you very much for suggesting the raid to my channel. Thank you very much, Bootleg. And thank you, Brett. You played the OG, and the new one is good. Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's really good to see when a remake can be enjoyed. I want to play it eventually, but with all the games that I've got lined up, and there's some sequels. Well, there's a sequel to Control, and there's a prequel to A Plague Tale: Innocence, and so I want to make sure I can fit them into the schedule when they turn up. I'm doing a kind of like very crazy challenge with this game where when it comes to moving, can only do standing jumps, either forward or sideways, or doing backflips like that. I can't do rolls in the air. I can do rolls underwater though, so that's allowed because it doesn't really give any advantage in making sure that I'm landing in the right spot for a jump, whereas on the ground it does help you a bit. If you had to choose though, you'd probably lead to the OG. Oh, very nice, Brett. Yeah, I've seen some like images and like some cutscenes from the remake, and I was sort of curious to see whether or not they also got the other actors for the characters to come back, because I know they got Matt Ryan to come back to do Edward again. Um, but it seemed like from what I saw, like I watched. I mean, this might be a spoiler. I don't know where you're up to in the remake. This might be a spoiler for your viewers that have come in with the raid. But there's a certain court scene that I watched the remake version of, and I noticed that. Well, it seems like the actors gave the. It seems like they used the same audio, which I think is fine. You know, where they can. It's definitely understandable if they have to. I must say though, Woods Rogers looks more like he's a model that has a fake scar on his face. There's just something about the way that they made him look in the remake. I think I kind of prefer the original version of him because the work that they did on his face with the scar, you know, it really looks like it's not necessarily realistic, but it doesn't seem as pristine and clean. The new one looks great. There's definitely some really good visuals that I saw for the remake, and how vibrant the color scheme is, because that was one of the things I liked about the original game. Bootleg doesn't pop out as much, right? Yeah, I mean, it might be different in close-up scenes. It might actually look better in that respect. And the other thing is too, you never know like what um, brightness, contrast, and saturation settings people have chosen for their game, for their liking, you know, which might actually not 100% reflect how it actually is, because they might prefer it to be a certain way, so might just be that as well. So I do streams every day, different games for different days. So currently, the Tomb Raider annual playthroughs are Monday to Friday, and I've got my annual Assassin's Creed games on the weekend. That will be subject to change though, as I get closer to the Assassin's Creed games like Origins. which require a lot more time. I'll probably start to take days off Tomb Raider and give them to Assassin's Creed instead. So it's okay in this challenge if Lara gets moved by enemies when they push up against her and stuff. Oh, no trouble at all, Brett. That's definitely understandable. Thank you again for the raid. And that's definitely no problems at all. I really hope that you get some good sleep, and I hope that you have a good rest of your week as well. Catch you later, Brett. Hope you have a good one. I've done this challenge with Tomb Raider 1 last year, and so I wanted to see how it would be with this game.
Uh-huh.
So I think next year when I do Tomb Raider 3, I'll do this challenge with that game. And that'll be interesting because they introduce crawling as a mechanic. Whereas in the first two games, Lara couldn't crawl. I mean, hell, she couldn't even crouch in the first two games. And what they did with the remastered version of Tomb Raider 3, and it still works if you have the old graphics on, is originally they were going to have the ability for Lara when she's inside a crawl space and her head is facing the exit, that she'll do like this roll out of it to land on the ground. But they cut that out apparently, and then all these years later with the remaster, they actually put it back in. But it was something that you could do in the Tomb Raider games that came out after Tomb Raider 3. So when they went back and added it to Tomb Raider 3, it was really cool that they did that kind of stuff. I'm also interested if they would ever reintroduce the knife mechanic, because originally in Tomb Raider 3, Lara was going to have a melee knife that she could actually use. Alright, so we need to have full health for that drop. Bootleg, so you know when you mentioned the frozen drink the other day, yeah, you just remembered to take it out this afternoon? Oh, damn. That'd be like a ice brick. Whoops, I jumped the wrong way. Let Mortal Kombat begin. It has begun. Bootleg fully iced, not a drop of liquid. Actually, that makes me remember when I was younger, taking like a juice popper and basically putting it in the freezer, and then once it was frozen, taking it out and using a spoon to sort of like scoop and eat it. I haven't thought of that for a very long time, actually. Haven't had that for ages. Sancho, what kind of drink would that be? Sounds good. Oh yeah, that's a good question, bootleg. Oh, so it was frozen LA ice cola. Oh yeah, used to do that too. Oh, you did bootleg? Oh, cool. Yeah, haven't done that for a very, very long time. Bootleg should do it again for old time's sake. That is true, yeah. Sancho, do it. Love the sound of making a drink like that. Yeah, yeah, and like, if you had sort of like certain ice cube trays, like different shaped ones, you could do different things like that too.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, I didn't save it after getting. I thought I saved after getting that item. Obviously not. Hey there, Ryu. How's things, dude?
Uh-huh.
Oh, very nice for you. That's great that you're going well. What the fuck? He clipped me into this room. What the hell? Oh yes, Sancho. I'm well aware of saving, yeah. I mean, sometimes I do forget, but it's definitely something that I would consider backseating to be told when to save and when not to. Well, I mean, not told when not to, but the sentiment is appreciated about, wanting to make sure I'm saving and not losing progress. But yeah, if I don't save, that's up to me to take the brunt of it. Thank you very much, Ryu, for the 10 stream streak. That is excellent. Thank you for that. 10 out of 10. Indeed. That is awesome, Ryu. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Lara can survive the fall with full health. Let's try with just the health that I had before I saved. Okay, she'll die from that fall if we don't heal. Alright, I won't waste a large medipack and just test to see if healing with a small one will actually give us a bit of leeway. A little bit. I'd rather use two of the small ones together than use the large one. Sorry, Sancho. I don't actually feel that way about you in return. Mr. Gote? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, indeed. How's it going, Mr. Gote? I actually had a playthrough last year of this where I counted how many ahas happened in the game. It wasn't just the ahas from collecting the items. It was also if I died and the save happened before I picked up items. When I reloaded the save after dying, I picked those items up again and also counted that instance. Excellent, Mr. Gote. Glad to hear that you're going good. You're still going strong with Cyberpunk. Awesome. That's really good. Bootleg, okay, Roger, you got to shower and head to the dentist before 2 p.m. No trouble at all, Bootleg. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you again for recommending Brett to raid the channel. I appreciate that too. I hope that your dentist appointment goes well. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Bootleg, who has been doing some Avon Colony. I'm going to talk about what I'm doing for Tomb Raider 3 in detail when I get to that game, but I'm going to do what I've called a stylish playthrough, and it's not really going to be like a challenge. It's not going to be something where if I accidentally don't do something specific, that it's like a fail or, reload a save or whatnot. But there's just certain things I'll be doing as I go through the game that I wanted to do as like a bit of a fun kind of thing. And that game is long enough as it is anyway. I mean, if I was starting the playthrough earlier in the year than now, then that would be one thing. But starting the playthrough of Tomb Raider 3, in July, and wanting to get all the Tomb Raider games I'm doing finished before the end of the year, it's best if I do something for Tomb Raider 3 that isn't that time consuming on top. And so the next playthrough of Tomb Raider 3 will be something that is more just a fun kind of like, way to play through the game and stuff. No pressure or anything like that. So looking forward to that as an unwinding from the first two games where I've done like the complex jumps in Tomb Raider 1 and the leapfrog in this game. Hipsuit, thank you very much for the 7 stream streak. Excellent. That is awesome, Hipsuit. Thank you. How's things? Okay, so there's no way that I can make a standing jump to anywhere from here, and there's no way for me to get Lara to hang off the edge of this ledge, except for doing a backstep and drop and then grab. And so I'm going to make an exception for this part because Lara needs to climb down on this ladder on the wall, and there's an alcove that separates the bottom of the ladder and the start of the next ladder. And so I have to drop and then let go and then grab again as well. So we'll make an exception for this part and have Lara be able to do a backstep move. Okay, this should be a different story because we can do a forward jump on an angle, a slight angle, so that Lara can still grab that ladder. Shit, I accidentally ran forward. I hate when that happens. The controls can be very, very sensitive. Ah, that works out better. Lost a little bit of health, but that's okay. Hello there, Raid. Welcome to Lara Leaps a Lot. How's things? There we go. Finally got the right positioning.
Uh-huh.
However, this one may actually require an exception to the rules and be able to do a backstep to get enough room to do a run and jump. Just to double check and confirm. No. Lara can make it with a standing jump. Cool. Raid, you haven't been paying much attention to the Black Flag remake, but you just checked today, and you can confirm that your favorite line of dialogue is still in the game. Finally got the right positioning. That's what she said. That is true from a certain point of view in the gutter. Or from the gutter, I should say. But that's fair enough, Raid, as well. Not paying much attention to the Black Flag remake. But that's good that your favorite line of dialogue is still in the game. Because you never know sometimes. Raid, you're sure we all know which one it is? Take my sugar. Take anything you like. I know that's not it. Well, that's good that they still kept it as well. Because you never know. Okay, so there's no way to make the jump I need to with just a standing jump. Need to get over to that side. And those are slopes that Lara will slide down. So we can make an exception for the challenge rules, and I can have Lara take a back step and then do a run and jump. Hey, good morning, Neo. How's things?
Uh-huh.
Indeed, Hipsuit. Lots of rest in pieces in this playthrough. That's why for this Tomb Raider game I didn't have the Rest in Peace Lara channel point redeem active, because there was going to be a lot of free deaths anyway. Neo, you're doing good. You start to play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Oh, nice, Neo. That's good to hear that you're doing well. I never actually have played any of those games before. I think I've heard of one of them, but I've never played them before. Is that the first? Like, is that like a remake of the first one? Hipsuit, this might be a hard one. That is true, Hipsuit. Yeah, you get situations in these games that are difficult enough, let alone adding an extra challenge on top. But if I need to make any exceptions, we can. Okay, so instead of jumping there, I'll just let Lara slide down all the way. There we go. Lost a lot of health, but so be it. Cheers, Hipsuit. Yeah, the trick was to not try to jump to get further ahead of the spikes when going down the slope, but just to let the natural slide happen. And then when Lara gets to the end, she'll naturally move forward a bit as she gets off the slide part, and then just do the jumps forward. And then at the last minute, to make sure she didn't bump against the wall that had the switch, to hold down the grab button so she could actually line herself directly flush with the wall, and then pull the lever, and then just do backward jumps. I don't know if you're still there, Mr. Gote, but the way that kind of like wind thing sounded, it sounded like in Big Trouble in Little China, Thunder, the one who, when he basically um, sucks in a lot of air, he can make himself go into a blimp, and if he keeps on going, he'll blow up. It made me think of that sound effect from that character in that movie. Oops, accidentally run a little bit. Sometimes if you hold the movement button slightly too long, when Lara lands, she'll do a little bit of a run. Because sometimes when making Lara veer to the left, I'll accidentally press the up button on the D-pad as well as the left, which you kind of have to do to veer. And so a side effect of that is, for a split second, not letting go of the up on the D-pad at the very moment when Lara lands on the ground, makes her move slightly forward a bit. Covington. Let's call it inertia. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Hammond, after careful consideration, I've decided not to endorse your park. So have I. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that quote from Jurassic Park, the first movie.
The doctor gave me 1 year to live, so I shot him with my gun. The judge gave me 15 years. Problem solved.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Nice. The doctor gave me 1 year to live, so I shot him with my gun. The judge gave me 15 years. Problem solved. Cut to the year later when he's about to die and he's like, oh, that's what the doctor meant. Doctor going, these traps are fun. Oh, yeah. Gotta watch out. These blades and all that kind of stuff. And some tricky jumps. There's going to be some jumps where I think I'll have to make an exception for doing a roll in midair because you have to climb up a ladder, then you have to do a backflip off it. But after you've done the backflip, you need to quickly press the roll button so that Lara will actually roll around and face the opposite direction. And then you need to grab as she falls when she grabs the opposite side and then do that a couple of times. So I'm going to test not doing that. But if I can't do it, then I'll have to make an exception for that. But we'll get to that point soon-ish. Got about like 10 seconds to get to that door before it closes. I think for this one I will have to make an exception, but we'll test it. No. For this one, there's not going to be any way because there's too many gaps to have to clear. Try one more time, but then I'll call it for a exception. Yeah, no. We'll make an exception for this part. So we can run and roll and step back and do everything we can to get to that door. Kearney, you get excited for Twitch mobile updates. You want to see what bugs they added. It's like get your meal ready and get your drink set up and get your popcorn and everything and be like, right, okay, Twitch mobile update. What bugs do you have? Make an event out of it. Hello there, Spectrum. It's going well, thank you. Getting closer to finishing the game. Hope things are going well with you. That's excellent, Spectrum. Glad that you're going well. Zereth, you're not lurking, you're lurking, also lurking. That's a lot of lurking. By lurking. Thank you, Zereth. Gonna make an exception for this. Okay, now we can run. Probably also going to have to run across there too when the boulder comes out. Okay, so we had to make an exception there for the timed part, but once we got to the point where I had Lara jump up and grab to the ledge, from that point on it went back to having to do standing jumps. So I'll make sure I save it. There we go. Kioni, what's the hardest part in Tomb Raider 2? I think, to be honest, it's probably just remembering where to go and making your way to the right spot, because it can be tricky sometimes too. They don't always show you what the switch you've pushed or pulled actually does. So you kind of have to try and navigate your way through the level and figure out what was the thing that might have opened. And it could have a timer on it too, as well. And then when you do find it, you might be like, oh shit, how do I get back to the trigger point for it as well? Um, but I mean, there's definitely a lot of really tricky spots throughout the game as well. But I think one of the big ones is the section where you have like the blades on the wall and you have to climb up and you have to do a tricky maneuver that if you aren't used to it, it can be very, very time consuming to pull off. Climbing the ladder, doing a backflip, then a roll in midair, and then catching the opposite ladder as you fall and doing that very quickly, for example, and getting the timing right so that you're at the right height on the ladder so you don't get chopped by the blade as well. So things like that. There's also like a section where it's easy to think that you have to go a certain way when you actually don't. Okay, so there's that one in the middle. There we go. That's the trick, to do that without taking any damage. Cheers, Kieran, for the nice one. Thank you. Hey, Daniel, thank you very much for the raid. Cheers. How was your stream? So which one of the three were you playing? I hope you had a good one. Welcome on in, everyone. Doing a Leapfrog Challenge playthrough for Tomb Raider 2. I did the same for Tomb Raider 1 last year, so I wanted to try it for this game this year. Thank you, Kieran, for putting the command in for the leap rules. Nice raid message, Daniel. Daniel raid, leaping into a tomb near you. Very nice. Thank you for the raid. Hey there, Chibi Koala. Hey there, Luna Ladybug. Hey there, in loving memory. Welcome on in, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, cheers, Coyote. There's definitely a lot of moving parts to the challenge, but basically, can't run. Can only do a run and jump if there's no way to make a jump from a standing position. Can jump forward from a standing spot. Can do side jumps. Can do back jumps, but can't do back steps. Plus some other rules as well with it. And I think I'm going to have to make an exception for this because there's no way Lara's going to make that jump from a standing spot. Oh, Daniel, so you were playing Golden Mask for the first time, almost finished the second level, killing a bunch of blokes on snowmobiles right now. Oh, dude, those enemies in this game are freaking annoying. So annoying. But I've never actually done that. I should do that. One of these playthroughs is do that extra content. So for this, we can do a backstep and then a run and jump. can also do jumps on the spot, and Lara will incrementally move forward with each jump on the spot. So that can be good to kind of like fine tune her positioning on ledges. In terms of like picking up items though, it doesn't matter if Lara isn't right on top of it. I've allowed the automatic animation that plays for Lara to move into position. I allowed that for the challenge, so there we go.
Aha.
Uh-huh, indeed. Dr. Darling, a very, 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 very hot bath. Absolutely, Dr. Darling, yes. Yes, the only one that you can only take once, and then that's it. Daniel, the enemies in Tomb Raider 2 have been largely extremely and utterly annoying. There seems to be one every minute, whereas in Tomb Raider 1 the enemies felt more like a jump scare here and there. Well and truly, Daniel, you're not wrong there. Plus the enemies getting free shots on you when you're in the water, getting free shots on you when you get to the ledge at the surface of the water, getting free shots on you as you climb up out of the water. And before you know it, half your health and more is gone as well. It can be very, very annoying. Daniel, and a guy with a shotgun with half the map away does the same damage as if he was standing in front of you. That is true as well, Daniel. Yeah, you're not wrong there. I haven't actually played that yet. For the DLC content with these games, haven't played any of the DLC stuff. But I'd like to in the future, though. I should incorporate it at some point. Barnes, thank you very much for the 100 stream streak. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Barnes. Bingo, made it to 100 big ones. You did, dude. Absolutely. Thank you so very much for that. Daniel, okay, yeah, there'll be a lot of secret hunting too. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. I don't really do secret collecting playthroughs that often. But the most recent one I did was for this game last year. I think it was last year, where I was getting all the collectibles and counting all the ahas that Lara would say. But I also included if I died and reloaded the save, picking up items again that I already had. I also counted those ahas as well. So it wasn't an exact amount of ahas equal to how many objects there were to pick up. But it was just about, I wonder how many times we'll hear Lara in the playthrough say, aha. There we go. Daniel, Golden Mask, there are 4 levels, but if you find all the secrets, you unlock a 5th level in Las Vegas. Oh, so that's where the Vegas outfit comes from. See, I thought that Vegas outfit was just like something they added for the remaster. I didn't realize that was actually from one of the DLCs. But that's really clever. Yeah, Daniel, so from the bonus level. Would have been cool if they brought in some of the Anniversary Legend and Underworld outfits as well. That is totally fine, Daniel, for sure. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope that you get some good rest and that when you stream next, I hope it's a great stream as well. Daniel, also your condolences to the passing of Sam Neill. You know, he was considered an honorary Australian. We're missing him dearly here in Canada. Oh, yeah, Daniel. He was a really good actor, and the first movie I saw him in was Jurassic Park. I mean, probably a lot of people did. But the movies that became my favorites of his, because to be honest, I only watched Jurassic Park probably 3 times since it came out. The first time when it came out at the cinemas, and then the second time was probably on television at some point, and then the third time was a few years back on the big screen again. Um, but yeah, In the Mouth of Madness and Event Horizon, they're my two favorite Sam Neill movies that he did. Thank you very much, Daniel, for using your bits to enlarge that emote from Jurassic Park. Such a memorable movie, too. Like, I always felt that the first one was probably the best one, but I haven't seen the Jurassic World movies, though. I only saw the first 3 movies in the series, so. Okay, so that was a worse result than the first attempt. It's like, that's not ideal. That's probably the most ideal one, I think. Daniel, he had a great career. Oh yeah, the first one is the only one in your opinion. That is fair to feel that way. Yeah, it's understandable. Sometimes too, there might be some sequels that are good, but then after a certain point, you're like, nah, that's where the movie series ended. He had a great career, even if he was only known as Dr. Alan Grant. It would have been enough for his legacy, but there are so many great films of his. That is true, Daniel, you know. And like a lot of horror movies he did too, aside from Event Horizon and In the Mouth of Madness, like the third Omen movie, he was Damien, the Antichrist in that. And he was also in, I think, a movie about, well, possession called Possession. But I don't know if it's demonic possession or just like, you know, ghost possession or what it is. But yeah, I haven't actually seen that one. I should put that on my to watch list. It's amazing, is it, Daniel? Oh, good. Yeah, because I've heard a lot about it, but just never got around to watching it. It's a wild trip, yeah. Thank you, Daniel. I definitely will have a good stream for sure. Thank you very much again for the raid. Etone, he was definitely part of your childhood. He's so 90s lol. That is true. Absolutely, you know. I'm trying to think. I think he was in an Australian movie called The Dish, I think. Maybe. Or maybe not. He might not have been in that one. Actually, this is probably a better... Oh no, never mind. I don't think it's a better way to go. Although, if I get the angle right... On second thought, we'll accept that. That's a better amount of health loss than the other time. Okay, I have a feeling it'll be exception time. I mean, I probably could have gone that way, actually, now that I think about it. Oh well, too late now. I don't have any other saves, and I'm not going to do the level skip from level 1 all the way up to the end, or up until this part. But yeah, we're going to have to, I'm pretty sure, make an exception to be able to do a run and jump here. Yep, definitely. I mean, if I was allowed to do rolls in the air, maybe doing a roll in the air would allow Lara to actually, like, land. Because sometimes that can happen too. Since I'm making an exception anyway, I may as well make an exception for that, and let's just test it. Whoops. Bit too far ahead. Alright. No, not in this case. Okay, so we do the exception of being able to do a backstep and do a run and jump. Or I can just do this as well, as an exception. Alright. Dr. Darling, you like how she tests the lava first? It's like, wouldn't even dip a toe in to kind of test. Okay, so we can't make that jump. Actually, that might be a jump where we can do a roll in midair. I have to make an exception either way, so let's test it. No, okay, it's like the other one. Dr. Darling then decides to die. That is true. Alright, exception, backstep, run and jump. Alright, so this will be another exception. Because won't make that jump without doing a run and jump. Hell, won't even make it with a run and jump. Alright, so we'll need to do a run and jump to that slope. Okay, and another exception. Can't do a standing jump. Need to do a back step and a run and jump. Same with this jump. There's no way we're going to make it with a standing jump. But just to test, You never know. No. Okay. Mr. Goatee, how goes progress with Tomb Raider? Will you make it to Black Flag in time? Not playing that remake, Mr. Goatee. Yeah, for my Assassin's Creed playthroughs, it's just the annual ones. So, Chronicles India, Russia, then Origins, then Odyssey, then Valhalla, then Mirage, and then that'll be the annual playthroughs done. But progress with Tomb Raider is going really good. Going to be finishing it today. I don't know about this stream now, but later today, tonight. No Shadows yet either, Coffeeton. Yeah, it's not on PlayStation Plus yet. I don't want to pay any money for it. Not that it's the only game I'm paying the subscription to PS Plus for, but there's other games that I play that I'm paying the monthly fee for. But I don't want to spend money on buying the game outright. So I'll wait until it comes out on PlayStation Plus, which could be next year. Doesn't matter to me. In no rush. Besides, I'll probably not really do a serious playthrough of it. I just want to do a stealth challenge. Because I already have seen the game, and it's like trying to be Kill Bill with the music selection. The undermining of the assassins by making them an offshoot. This subversion nonsense. Mr. Gote Rod's being cheap Legion, which you can respect. Exactly, dude. You know, that reminds me, I do want to do a playthrough of Star Wars Outlaws as well, and I was waiting for that to come out on PlayStation Plus, which it has. So eventually I'll get to that as well. Okay, so we need to make an exception here and do a run and jump. Especially when games here in Australia, now the base is usually, I mean, there are some exceptions now, but a lot of games come out at like $120 here now. And that's not even the special edition. When you got food and other financial commitments to pay money for, it's like video games have to go by the wayside and wait till there's a sale or on PlayStation Plus or Game Pass. There we go. So that one is avoidable like that. Yeah, Mr. Gote, that bounce animation. When you think about it too, like this game back in 1997, there's definitely a lot of like, you know, animations for stuff. Mr. Gote, $600 rent, games $100, food $220, electricity, internet. Exactly, yeah. Plus, you know, knock on wood, no medical emergencies or anything pop up. Or things breaking down. It's like, if your fridge breaks down, it's like Do you pay money to get it repaired? Or do you just buy a new one? Because buying a new one is probably cheaper than getting the one that you had repaired. These sorts of considerations. Oh yeah, Mr. Gote, yeah. Like, car expenses and also like if you want to have some kind of like go out dining somewhere as like a treat or something or a special occasion. If it's someone's birthday, you want to, get them something for it. Covington, can't even remember buying anything on the PlayStation Store without a discount. The sales are just too good. Yeah, absolutely, Covington. It's good to take advantage of them when you can. And if you don't mind waiting extra time too, like, can really be worth it. Mr. Gote, a new one, yeah. Be like, But also, there's certain games where I'm not really in a rush to get it. And so if I have to wait 6 more months or a year or 2, 3, whatever, so be it. I mean, there's been games that took me even longer than that to get to. Like Mass Effect. Granted, it wasn't the original versions I played, but I hadn't played any version of any of the Mass Effect games before until a few years ago. And they'd been out for a long time. Like, I know at least Mass Effect 1 was 2007, so it took from 2007 to, what was it, 2023, I think it might have been. Or 2024, I can't remember. For me to actually play any version of those games. I play so many games, sometimes multiple playthroughs at different points of the same game. That sometimes when years pass and I'm trying to remember what playthrough I did what year, it's like, was that playthrough that year, or was that the year before that year, or was it after that year, or was it 2 years before that year, Damn it, I didn't mean to do that many jumps. might need to make an exception here to do a run and jump for this one. Yeah, gonna need to do an exception. Alright, so for this one we can do a back step and then a run and jump. There we go. Coffeeton, Control Resonant is the one game you're buying right at launch. You don't want to risk getting spoiled on the story. Totally fair, Coffeeton, yeah. I don't blame you. I'm kind of the same too. Very much looking forward to it. I mean, I've seen some stuff which I would probably say is like very sort of like soft spoilers and stuff, but there's certain points I don't want to go beyond knowing. Dr. Darling, Lara must get that collectible duck. Duck collectible. Definitely not. At least not in this playthrough, Dr. Darling. But you can do this challenge with this game if you like and collect all the collectibles too. That's a good idea, Coffeeton, to avoid even watching the trailers. Oh yeah, you know, and also like Remedy releases like YouTube shorts as well about Control Resonant and stuff like that. Alright, so Lara won't actually line herself up properly to be close to this wall when this far away and in this deep of water. So we can actually wade forward a bit and then get out. Okay, so we can't make that from a standing jump. See if I can move one increment forward and then try again. No, let's try a couple of increments forward. No, that's as close to the very edge that we can get Lara, so we'll make an exception. We can do a back step and then a run and jump. Dr. Darling, you are waiting for me to take control before something that is resonant. That is true. I want to do a playthrough of Control again. I think it'll actually be my third one this year. Because I think I did the one in January, then I think I did a challenge run, and then, yeah, the one I want to do before the sequel comes out. Ironhide. In England, it's called a lift, but in America, it's called an elevator. I guess people are just raised differently. Yeah, I kind of use them either or. Sometimes I say lift, sometimes I say elevator. It went, it was elevated over my head, Ironhide. I just realized. I guess people are just raised differently. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Ironhide. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Hey there, AC. I hope things are going well. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC's channel. Been doing some Dead by Daylight. Also does some GTA Online, as well as games like Conan Exiles. Is also a fan of the Dishonored series as well.
Aha.
Hey there, Shin. Welcome. Spoiler: never play Leapfrog with a unicorn. Yeah, definitely an important safety tip. Okay, so we can't make that with a standing jump. So for that, we make an exception to do a backstep and then a run and jump. Alright, so I need to do a run and jump to there. We can't make it with just a standing jump. Unless... No. Alright, we'll make an exception here. Backstep, run and jump. That is true, Dr. Darling. Splat. Alright, gonna make an exception here to do a run and jump to get to where we need to go. Hey, good day, Senny, to you as well, dude. You hope the end of the Leapfrog adventures goes well. You're lurking while prepping some breakfast? Awesome. That's great to hear, dude. Thank you very much for the lurking. I really hope you have a great breakfast as well. Getting closer and closer to finishing. This level here has had a lot of things to get done. but we're getting there. I hope things are going well. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. He's doing a 100% checklist playthrough. So for those who haven't done that before with that game, it doesn't mean doing absolutely everything that you can do or that you can collect. The checklist has very specific things that you need to do to get the 100% for it. But then beyond that, it's up to you if you do the extra stuff. But the checklist only requires a certain amount of things to be done. So he's doing that. It's part of a historical order run. He's been doing heaps of different games that are all set in different points of time, and he's been playing all of them in timeline order. It's a big, massive project. He's actually done over 30 games already in that marathon of playthroughs over the last couple of years, going from Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, set billions of years ago, and he's going to be doing games up until the end of World War II era, around the 1940s. So, big, massive project. And Red Dead Redemption 2 takes place in 1899, so he still has quite a few games up his sleeve to get through before getting to the final one. There's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. This level definitely looks difficult with the challenge. Oh, yeah. Some time sections again. Like, there's a lot of moments in this game where you pull a lever and then you have a certain amount of time to get to the door. And then there's like multiple doors sometimes and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, getting through it. I think the best approach with challenges like this is just take it one level at a time, one section at a time. Um, it's definitely easy to just think about all the upcoming stuff in the game to have to deal with, but it's best to just focus on what's the most nearest thing to get done. Oh yeah, no worries at all for the shout out, dude. You're doing well, thanks. Had a nice sleep, though it could always be longer on a workday. Oh, absolutely. That is for sure. You're looking forward to some nice breakfast. I don't blame you, dude, for sure. They'll definitely make it more manageable that way. It really does. Something that's been tricky too, because I like to hoard health kits, I've also had to sacrifice health kits, where I normally would just keep on pushing through because there's other ways to deal with enemies without adhering to the challenge rules in other playthroughs I've done, but have to be disciplined and stick to it and have to sort of like be like, well, I need to use this health kit. So that's been a thing too, trying to balance all that. Like I've got 6 small medipacks and 9 large ones. In any other playthrough, I would have had way more of each by this point. Alright, so we're going to have to make an exception for this jump, because Lara can't make it with a standing jump. So we can take a step back and then do a run and jump. Hiya! Precision, Lara! we have to make another exception. Can't make that by doing a standing jump, so we can do a backstep and then run and jump.
Aha. Aha. Aha.
Okay, so I think I'm going to have to make an exception here to do a run and jump at it. There we go. Hey Game God, you played the remastered version of Tomb Raider 2 today, and you thought of me, Rod, you ass. Well, that's fair enough. I hope you enjoyed the game. Shit, didn't fucking save. Anyway, make an exception here again. The game wouldn't let me climb, grabbing the ladder at that low point. And again, it won't let me move Lara. It's like her feet are glued to the slope there. Indeed, Dr. Darling. Requiescat in pace, kebab Lara. Alright, I'm going to have to make an exception here to do a run and jump. Once we get to this part, do a backward step, then run and jump. It's the only way to get the height. hip suit, boing, 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 but this takes 10 times longer to play through. It really does hip suit, absolutely, and it really makes you pay attention to the increments of movements and the spacing of the grids when they were programming it and laying out things as well. Being like, I need to move Lara 1 inch further forward, but not 2 inches further forward, otherwise it'll be too much and she'll jump over the thing I needed to jump onto. Alright, so we can't make it to that spot with a standing jump. We definitely can't make it to this distance with a standing jump. And we'll also test on an angle this other block, and we won't be able to make it with a standing jump on that angle either, so we make an exception. We can do a backstep, run and jump.
Uh-huh.
Something else too, like if I do a side jump to the left, Lara hits the wall, but she doesn't land back in the position where she was when I first did the side jump. Gets put into the center or center-ish. And if you do the same jump at the same angle again, she won't bump into the wall on the second time. She'll actually land on the very edge to the left of the grid, which then gives you different angles to actually jump from. And also, Lara doesn't have to be directly facing square on with an edge of the ledge to actually grab at it. You can be slightly off a degree, either left or right, and make the jump, and then Lara will still actually grab. Bootleg, hi, you've returned with numb lip and left nostril. Oh, wonderful. What a great combination of things to have happen. Sorry to hear about that, Bootleg. Welcome back. Oh, that's right, Bootleg, of course. Sorry, I forgot that's what you said earlier, that you were going to your dentist appointment. I mean, that definitely makes sense then. I hope that in spite of that the appointment went well. Alright, so we definitely need to make an exception there. Can't do a standing jump. Unless if I try this way and then that way. No. Alright, one more time just to test a different angle. No, definitely need to do a run and jump for this one. Alright, we can do a back step and run and jump. There we go. Bootleg, you got 3 teeth done today. Top, mid, left 3. You feel like that should make it? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely plenty. I mean, that's definitely enough for now, you know, like, hopefully there's no more that you need, but if you do, hopefully it'll go well next time as well. Dr. Darling looks like a blood pool. Reminds you of House of Ashes. Oh, yeah. That's a great Dark Pictures game. I've already got planned what I'm going to be doing for my supermassive marathon in... Well, I mean, I've already done what I've called the supermassive marathon, but this will be my October horror streams. I've already got planned what I'm going to do for Until Dawn, the original. I will play the remake eventually, but I'm going to leave that till next year. I'll probably do a back-to-back playthrough of the original and the remake. And I've already plotted out what I want to do for the Dark Pictures series and also the Quarry in October as well. Bootleg, no, it's all the front teeth except the first top right. Oh, okay, so that many and all the front teeth, yeah. Dr. Darling, so when are you replaying Directive 8020? In October. Yeah, in October. I'm going to have to do some careful scheduling with the games I want to do because we've got Control Resonant and I want to do a playthrough of Control and then jump into that. And then there's the prequel to A Plague Tale Innocence, which is set 15 years before. And so I want to play the prequel first and then do my annual playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence and Requiem. So there's those. And then there's the October playthroughs. And then there's anniversary playthroughs as well. Haven't forgotten those, Dr. Darling. So there'll be that as well. Secret of Monkey Island. Be remiss if I didn't do anything for that game's anniversary. It's one of those core video game memories. Alright, so I know, looking at this, it's going to be an exception, but just to show that we can't make it with a standing jump, and then be shown that we can. No. That's happened sometimes too. I'm like, I can't make this as a standing jump. Let's just test, and then boom, made it. It's another one of those things I'll show in photo mode. That's the difference we're looking at in terms of distance from the edge. So we do a back step, run and jump. Look, it's a three-headed monkey. Are you sure, Dr. Darling? You might have to look behind you just to double check to make sure that it's actually a three-headed monkey.
That's not a three-headed monkey, Arnold. You're just high.
Thank you, Bootleg, for redeeming that Bane impression as a response to the Arnie impression. Okay, so we're going to test, but I don't think we can make it over to that. Just to test. Can actually make it to that part, but can't actually grab. Same with that part there. Alright. Okay, can't make that jump, so we do exception, backstep, and then run and jump. Bootleg, dang it, you should have added, it's clearly a three-headed dragon. Hey, Azura Witch. Uh-huh. Definitely a lot of that in this game. It's a shame that it's not in the other ones that came out. Azure, you don't remember this level at all. Oh, that's understandable. It's very tricky. Very a long level too. Especially with this challenge on top. Not being able to just, run and jump on every jump and all that kind of stuff. Exceptions. Exceptions. Oh. There we go. That's where I went wrong last time. Okay, so earlier I was talking about these tricky jumps to do when climbing ladders. I'm going to test first to see if I do need to do it. So sometimes you might do something in a game thinking that that's the only way you can do it because you've done it that way for so many years. But you might have forgotten that there is another way to do it. Yep. Okay, so I have to do it this way. Let's get the angling right. Alrighty then, so jump at that. Didn't get the angling right. Actually, it's more about positioning. There we go, that's better. Alright. So we grab that, and then you climb up a bit. Got to do a backflip off this, and then grab. So you got to jump and grab as you slide, and climb up for a bit more. And you do a jump off the ladder, and then you have to quickly press the roll button in midair, and then you have to quickly grab. Have to do those very fast together. So this is an exception where I can do a roll in midair. Here goes. There we go. So this is spoilers for this game's story, but for those who are interested in finding out what the hell just happened there, all right, there's a dagger. If you stab yourself with it, you basically become a dragon, immortal. If someone pulls the knife out of you, the dagger out of you, then you die. And so basically, this mafia leader, Marco Bartoli, he wants that power. And so we just saw him get stabbed with the dagger. So he's going to become a dragon. And later we're going to have to actually do damage enough to make him fall down as a dragon and then go over to him and pull out the dagger to kill him and then escape as shit falls down and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's basically the gist of the story. That's a quick overview of it. So I would love to continue on and actually keep going until I finished it in this particular stream. But timing wise, I won't be able to actually finish the game in an hour because it's going to take a while because there's also more than just this level left. And so what I'm going to do is take my break now, and then when I come back off my break, I'll do the rest of the game. So the next stream might not be that long. I mean, this was a 4 hour and 10 minute stream to get the levels done that I had to do. Um, but we still have some levels left, but I should be able to finish it in the next stream. Um, so I'm going to take a long break. So it's understandable that not everyone who's watching the stream will be able to make it to the next one, which is fine. You know, I don't expect people to drop everything and wait until like, I'm back and then, put everything on hold and everything. Um, but I'm going to go and take a break and I'll just work out how long it's going to be. It'll be more than an hour, so it'll be a long break. Okay, so my current time now is 6:30 p.m. I'm going to take a 2 hour and 30 minute break. So 2 hour and 30 minute break before returning with more Tomb Raider 2. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I'm going to give some shout outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. If you see me streaming Tomb Raider 3, then that means that I started my Wednesday stream of Tomb Raider 3, finished off this game. Should do in the next stream in 2 hours and 30 minutes time. And I'm doing for Tomb Raider 3 what I've called a stylish playthrough. It's not a challenge, so if anything fucks up, there's no reload the checkpoint, well, save, or restart the whole game or anything crazy like that. It's just a certain way of playing through the game that I want to do to sort of wind down from my Tomb Raider 1 playthrough recently, which was a complex jumps and movement challenge, and then this one, of course, which is the more complex one, ironically enough. Um, the leapfrog one. And so I wanted to do for Tomb Raider 3 something that was a bit more relaxed and all that kind of stuff. So I'll be back in 2 hours and 30 minutes with more Tomb Raider 2. Before I go, I'd like to recommend these streamers. Would like to definitely recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Dead by Daylight. Bootleg has been playing Avon Colony. Breadman TV was doing the remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Daniel was playing through Tomb Raider 2, the Golden Mask DLC. Dr. Ronnie is a big fan of Red Dead Redemption 2, and that's the last stream that he was doing. Hipsuit is playing Overwatch. Crocodiles is doing Red Dead Redemption 2. He's doing a 100% checklist playthrough. Lucinda is playing through Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, the remake. Shin the Ninja Penguin is also playing through the remake of that game, same as Schiller, and also Zamaxi as well. So a lot of streamers I like to recommend. So definitely check them out if you'd like. And I will be back after my break. See you soon, bootleg. Absolutely. Hey there, Maxi. Good day, dude. Yeah, Tomb Raider's going well. Yeah, still have some levels left. So when I come back from my break, we'll knock those out. And then tomorrow we'll be jumping into Tomb Raider 3. Pun kind of half intended. Um, but it's been going well though. We just got past a level that took about 2 hours. Well, the game said 2 hours, but that doesn't count like reloading saves and redoing sections and all that kind of stuff. But basically about 2 hours it took to do that last level with the jump challenge. And that's all good. No worries at all for the shout out. I hope that things are going well, dude. And I definitely will. Yeah, I'll be doing another stream in about 2 hours and a half and then finish off Tomb Raider 2. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was the Temple of Xi'an. Yeah. Yeah, we just saw the cutscene that is basically a big homage to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. In fact, I'm pretty sure they lifted some of the audio from that movie. The scene where Mola Ram is doing like the sacrifice for Kali, like the chanting and all that kind of stuff, um, is used in that scene in Tomb Raider 2. That's one of the reasons why I like this game a lot, is because of that. I like to jokingly call the Temple of Xi'an the Temple of Doom sometimes. Is the monastery the one before or after Floating Islands? Oh, that's the one before, dude. Yeah. Yeah, so you got the monastery. I mean, there's also like the Tibetan foothills as well. That's another sort of like level. But yeah, this one that I'm up to now, the one after the temple, is the floating islands with the creepy sounds and also the flying things. I still remember the first time playing and how fucking freaky it was. Plus the atmosphere of that whole part too is really cool. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is actually my second favorite Tomb Raider game. My first favorite is Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. It was so scary. It really was. Yeah, it was like, what the fuck is that shit? Just very eerie how slowly it just, goes and flies towards you. And then you're like, what is that? And then it gets closer and you're like, oh shit. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching this stream. I'll be back after my break in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you, Maxi. I definitely will, dude. That is for sure. I would have kept on going, but the timing would be off for some things I need to do, and it would take probably 2 hours to actually do the rest of what I have, 2 to 3 hours. So yeah. But thank you, Maxi. I definitely will have a good break.